Ready now? I used to Okay.
It's your voice.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first and possibly the last LaPrise Friars roast. We haven't done this before. It's a trial basis, so, you know. Anyway, the music that you have been listening to tonight for the last boring hour and a half
was horrible.
was written by Larry and I together. See, we have this collaboration. You know, he asked me to do his lyrics, so I do it, and then, you know, we get together on this thing. So I thought, in order to open this thing, I would do it in the only way that I really do well, okay? I wrote a poem in Larry's honor, and I call it Looney Tunes. Okay, are you ready for this? Looney Tunes. Larry needed a lyricist, that's what he asked of me. I wrote the verses to a song, he'd write the melody. I optimistically saw our team as somehow a cross between Gilbert and Sullivan, Rogers and Hart, and Oscar Hammerstein. That cross, though somehow off the track, was not to be denied. I heard his song, I realized my verse was crucified. On this note, thank you. On this note, I'm going to present this to Larry as a token of my esteem, and I will turn it over to our master of ceremonies for tonight, Quentin LaPrise. Go get him, you guys.
I can't tell you how long we've been waiting for this. Welcome to the LaPrise Friars roast. We invited 282 people here tonight. I want to start out with some different comments we got from the guest speakers. You can just hear the hatred in their remarks when I asked them to come to the Friars roast tonight. I'd call up and I'd say something like, we're going to have a Friars roast, and we're going to fry Larry. Now, these are the comments that I got. I didn't make them up. These are actually the comments. Ken Irvin said, I'll bring the charcoal. Eleanor said, I can't wait. Mary Zatella said, it'll be a pleasure. Still a lot of friends, Larry. Norman LaPrise said it would be an honor. Christine LaPrise said, I'll hit him with my purse. Rosemary LaPrise says, this is the best idea you've ever had. Rochelle LaPrise said, you can stand it, I can. Vince LaPrise said, how much do I get paid? And Jack LaPrise said, how much is this going to cost me? Well, you know, on the invitation, the first speaker of the night was supposed to be Larry's mother-in-law, Delia Gucci. But because of the television time, I guess she had quite a bit against Larry. She had 27 pages. We couldn't let her get on tonight. We're here to roast a man who has given us nothing but sick jokes, bad songs, lousy guitar playing, and unmerciful singing. So I thought the best thing to do is try to get somebody to represent him from work. So I called the AAA and I talked to his boss. He says, Larry who? That figures. Well, Larry works, he drives with 5 girls. He's in a carpool and he drives to work every day. So I thought it'd be nice to get one of the girls to come to the party tonight. But they were all afraid they'd have to ride with Larry. Being an accountant, he got a lot of income tax returns through the years, so we thought maybe some of his customers would like to come. Unfortunately, they're all doing 1 to 5 for income tax. Larry was born around the Depression. And every time you're around Larry, you get depressed. My mother tells me that my dad was going to name the first boy Norman, after my dad. Well, two girls came along, Rosemary and Kathleen. And then the baby boy came along. My dad took a look at him and said, let's call him Larry. Years ago, I asked Larry what he's going to do for a living. He said he wants to be like Lawrence Welk. He's going into accounting. I said, well, what does accounting have to do with Lawrence Welk? He says, you know, a 1 and a 2 and a 3. His music ability showed up pretty early. The old days, he always wore a hat. So one day I asked him why he wore a hat all the time. He says he likes to listen to the band.
Thanks, Pat.
He started out as a real good musician, though. He couldn't hold down a job, chasing women. He was drunk all the time, and he was broke. Then he met Eleanor, and she changed all that. At least he's got a job now. Now, a lot of people talk about Larry's drinking, but believe me, you drink too if you had his problem. He's an alcoholic. Some of you don't know about Larry's brilliant war record. Well, with the U.S. Army in Germany, he knocked out 4 tanks, shot down 6 planes, and captured 42 Germans. Unfortunately, this was in 1952. Everyone thinks Larry's tight, but he's really not. If you go in a restaurant with Larry, he's the first one to pick up the check. Then he'll say, this is outrageous. I won't pay it if I were you. Well, Eleanor and I got together, and we tried to make this a special occasion, Larry being a songwriter and everything. So we sent one of the songs out to Frank Sinatra. And I just got the answer back today. Change the title, change the lyrics, change the music, and send it to Bing Crosby.
My relation.
Are you writing on the tablecloth?
Larry did a lot of work with the barbershop quartets. You know, to this day, you can't get in a barbershop? One time I asked him what kind of hair tonic he used. He said Windex. Well, Larry and Eleanor got married, and they had 2 boys, Norman, Vincent. They were expecting the 3rd child. Turned out to be a girl, Christine. So I asked Larry, what would you have called it if it was a boy? He says, Peel. I said, what do you mean? He says, Norman Vincent Peel. Larry's neighbors know him pretty well. Being a nice neighborly person, he got railroad ties at a discount on the other side of town. On the way back, he had a little accident. It cost the neighbors $2,700. Well, Larry's an established accountant. He owns his own home. He's buying his 2 cars, pays his bills on time. So I was just starting out, and I asked him how he budgeted. He says, well, it's a little tricky. He worked at work in accounting. He says, I use the same thing at home. I said, well, how does it work? He says, well, you borrow $1,000. He says, then you pay back $500. I said, yeah, but what about the other $500? He says, oh, you let the second shift worry about that. Well,
You can turn the machine off.
is this mic on? Are those people alive out there?
They just don't work the second shift.
Eleanor does. Our first speaker of the evening is a young woman of considerable talent. It's all hidden. She's in advertising, and really, she's got quite a quick wit. One time I asked her how television commercials were made. She says, well, you have a black and white or a color set. Now let's hear it for Rochelle LaPrise.
Keep it clean.
Dearly beloved, in the presence of
Sure.
Russ. You know what I did yesterday? I just like them.
There's nothing different about this.
I really would like to thank all of you for giving me this golden opportunity to really get to honor Larry today. You're probably wondering why we decided to have a Friars roast on Jerry here. Larry. The reason is kind of complicated, but years ago, Larry dated a famous show business personality. She had quite a following in town. Maybe some of the gentlemen remember her. Stevie LaBoom. And so he went into the monastery. And as a novice in the monastery, he got the brown robe, the hemp belt, the cross, and the tonsure. Now the tonsure is that little bone spot. As a novice in the monastery, Larry was very clever. He was a star pupil. He always thought of very innovative ideas. He would go up to the brother superior and say, I've got something in the back of my head. And the brother superior would say, not anymore, my child. He was doing very well until they asked him to write monastic themes for the school. You may hear it later tonight. It was called Goodbye to Love. But he was expelled for writing that, and he still has the robe and the rope and the cross hanging in his closet. And sometimes I ask him, Larry, why haven't you returned those? And he always says, I'll give those back when this comes back. While being expelled from the monastery during the time that the Korean War broke out, Larry married Eleanor. Got drafted anyway. Then he went to Germany, and that's when he composed his first ballad. We all came over in different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. So what I have to say, I was very small when Larry was in Germany. He did take it upon himself to write me one letter, and I've treasured this letter. It's something that's been very close to me, very dear to me. And if you will permit me, I'd like to share that letter with you this evening. Dear little Rochelle, can you send your allowance again this week? I'm writing because I met a man in the village who really appreciates my guitar playing. He is a wallpaper hanger named Adolf Schickelgruber. When he listens to my music, his eyes glass over and he screams, together we could conquer the world. He has even given me a German nickname, Schweinhund. I am enclosing a little white powder in this envelope. Save it for me for when I come home and don't tell anyone. Well, that's about all, except Adolf would like a mustache brush, if you see one. Hurry up with your allowance, you were late last time. Love, Larry. Oh, there's a postscript here. P.S. Has Fifi called yet? that was the only time he had to practice his guitar playing. And he even received a commendation. He's the only man in the outfit that wasn't up for desertion. He'd come home on leave periodically and always tried surprises. He'd always hide in various places. And he'd go down the street, cut through the neighbor's yard, and go down the alley. And one time he hid behind the garbage can. It took us 3 days to figure out where the snow was coming from. Of course, after he left the service, he had to go to work. And so his career took off to climbing heights. He's the elevator operator at the GM building. Unfortunately, he got vertigo after the 14th floor, and he had to get another job. So he went to another company where he kept books for 15 years. Chrysler Corporation.
That's funny today.
That gave him the inspiration to write another one of his famous songs, Make Way for Santa. So Larry was never partial. Even though he worked for Chrysler, he sent a lot of innovative ideas to Ford. Styling of the Edsel, where to place the fuel tank in the Pinto, and how to develop the Firestone 500. Leaving Chrysler, Larry sold Prudential. I remember it quite well because I was going to school at the time and all of my friends called me Brocky or Rock. I kept getting a lot of obscene phone calls during those days, though, and I couldn't figure out why. And then it dawned on me, Larry put my phone number under the Prudential slogan, buy a piece of the rock. No, Sherry here is very well respected. Works for Larry, and he works for AAA now. He attends lectures and seminars all over the country. The last one was held at a Playboy Club. At least he told Eleanor it was business. Came back, however, with a new song, Betty Lou. The evening would not be complete, however, without mentioning Terry's relationship with the rest of the family.
Who's Terry?
Larry's relationship. The story goes, I don't know if it's true or not, but the story goes that when he was born, Mama said, let's call him Larry. And the reason was she didn't know how to spell Rosemary has a very close relationship to Larry, and of course she's very busy throughout the school year. But the minute school gets out, she immediately takes off for Idaho. The brother next in age to Larry, Jack, moved to Wisconsin. His sister, next in age to Larry, moved to Vienna, Austria. And next comes Gwen. Now, Gwen's been planning this road for, 15, 20 years now. And next will be my relationship, but I'd like to postpone that for a minute. I would like to mention my Uncle Roland, who took the stage name of Larry LaPrise, and he's a guitar man. 40 years ago, my Uncle Larry heard this Larry play guitar. The next day, he went 2,000 miles across the country and changed his name back to Roland. That brings me to my relationship with Terry here.
Larry.
Larry. I can honestly say, in all sincerity, that Larry has done a lot to help guide me. Every time I take a trip, he brings maps from AAA. But he has helped me. Last year, he noticed an overgrowth of weeds in my backyard. He came over with his homemade formula for weed killing. And out of a gun, it really worked. It killed my weeds. It killed my neighbor's weeds, his trees, his two $500 Afghan hounds, and his ailing wife who was getting a breath of fresh air. More recently, he did help us come over and install some deadbolts. There was a rash of burglaries in my neighborhood. The police said that it was someone that was very familiar with the street. Perhaps a relative of someone who lived. So Larry came over and installed my deadbolts for me. When you were over that day, did you see my coin collection and my jewelry? However, in closing, I do want to point out, in all honesty, in all seriousness, that Larry has enriched all of our lives. He has given us that most precious, most personal, most profound gift, the gift that sets us apart from the animals, and that is his delightful sense of humor. He has given us a lot of laughter, and I'm sure that anyone will attest to that who has listened to his guitar tape.
You got more? I'm having a good time, aren't you, Larry? Our next guest speaker tonight is Frida Lake.
Frida Lake.
My name's Frida Lake. And you're probably all wondering how I got to know this guy right here.
We are known.
Well, it was about, I'd say 60 years ago this August. I was 12. And I was walking down the street, you know, borderline Hamtramck, Detroit, I think it was, on Sheridan Street. And I'm walking down the street, minding my own business, and I hear this woman laughing. This woman's laughing so hard. And I'm Frida Lake here. Oh, excuse me. That's embarrassing to have booger right there. You can't get it out. So anyway.
Hey, I gotta show this to my kids later.
Excuse me, please. You hold this, sir.
How you doing, Larry? I feel like throwing up.
Hey, buddy. So anyway, I was walking down the street, and I heard this lady laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh, and I couldn't stand it. I was laughing so hard, too. You know, an old Frida Lake, man, I like to party down. So you know what I did? I peeked in the window to find out what was so funny. Nothing was funny. I see this woman on a couch laughing her head off, and no one else was there. I thought, my God, I want to go to the party, too. But nobody else was there. You know what? She was in labor. I thought, oh, now's my chance to become a real delivery nurse. One of them real ones that hold them babies and spank their butts, you know. So I said, Mrs. LaPrise, don't you worry about a thing. I'm going to deliver that baby of yours even though there's no doctor here, no sisters, no brothers, no daddy, no nothing. I'm going to be the one. I'm going to become famous. Well, you know, I did all those things you're supposed to do. I got ice water and rags and newspapers and all them things good nurses get, you know. And out comes this baby. She was so ugly I slapped his mother. Some rich, handsome man. But, you know, then I was real polite and real professional-like, you know, and I said, well, I'm going to call all family members and let them see what Mrs. LaPrise delivers. Oh. So I got a real life recording of the very second that family saw that baby. I'll just wait. Give me 1 second here, and I'll go down and get it right around here. Excuse me. So Ferry wasn't very pretty looking, you know. Very Whoa, there goes my mic.
There's your battery.
You know, us nurses always take baby's temperatures, you know? Oh, excuse me again, so don't look at my underwear. I gotta find it here. Okay. Wait a minute, down here. I got my little bit here. Okay. Oh, it broke. Well, anyway, pretend it's long. The mercury's down there in my bag somewhere. But anyway, this is the type of thermometer we use on our babies, you know, and, you know, we don't take temperatures by the mouth. Well, Larry's such an unusual baby that this is the thermometer we had to use. Hey, you know what? Where's that little kitty cat right there? He belongs to your club. I got all kinds of fun things to say. Oh, I gotta tell you what happened. You know what pulling your dress down? You know what happened? Pull it down. I don't know what kind of club it is. Poopsie Club.
What kind of club does he belong to?
Poopsie Club. I don't say that dirty word. Now, oh, you know what? I was walking down the street. You know, I thought I'd better stick around the neighborhood, you know. Just find out how those kids are growing up and all. So, I'm walking down the street, about maybe 3 years old now, and I hear Mrs. LaPrise hollering out the window. I just couldn't believe what she said. What a thing to tell her baby. She says, "Hey, you fairy! You go ride your bike and break your neck, and I promise I'll take you to the store and buy you a real tree." Well, he's still here, he didn't break his neck. So anyway, now it's time to figure out what this baby's going to eat, right? We tried Similac, we tried Infamil, we tried goat milk, we tried toast milk, we tried mosquito milk. This kid wouldn't take nothing. Well, old Frito right here, I came up with something real good. I got it right here in my bag. You can drink it tonight. Oh, God, the nipple came up. Now you know what? It's time to get him off that bottle and put him on a cup, you know? Well, what is it, about a year and a half or so? Well, Mrs. LaPrise tried Dixie cup and all kinds of cups, and that baby wouldn't take from no cup, only that's the only thing he wanted. Well, I see the lady you're looking at her, came up with the real idea, and he drank from just like this, and he still is. Next time I go over there for coffee, I get to drink out of the thing. All about you, show you what you do.
Herbert.
You looking at her, you just jealous, aren't you? You just jealous because you don't got what I got. You know what else, Mrs. LaPrise, that is? And I gotta go. Anybody have any questions about my profession? I'll give these to her.
Let's hear it for freedom. I want everybody to understand these are friends of Larry's. Our next guest speaker is a cousin of mine. He's a cousin of Larry's. I like to have the guy over, I really do, but every time he comes, I gotta buy about 4 extra cases of beer. I'm not saying he drinks a lot. I'm not saying he drinks a lot.
You gotta get up.
You're in my act I'm not saying Kenny drinks a lot, but every time he comes, my kids make a fortune returning the empties the next day. Let's welcome Ken Irvin.
Well, I want to thank my host and hostess for this very lovely occasion. I like your food. The nice atmosphere, the unusual lighting, the air conditioning. Well, when Quinn called me, asked me to come over here and say a few words about Larry, and I said, well, I did mention the word. I'd like to bring the charcoal, and I thought it was going to be a roast, I wanted a rib section myself. But he said, no. I said, well, what am I going to say? He's a nice guy. He's a family man. He's dependable, reliable. He's got friends. And, I said, what am I going to say about him? He said, well, what do you think about his guitar playing? I said, well, I try not to. Getting back to his, his character, he's a civic-minded man, he's been working quite hard lately, to get these topless bars closed up. In fact, he closed up one last night. But he is a dedicated entertainer. A man that goes to the lengths of appearing on the Gong Show, for instance. How many people do that? He did. They broke the gong. He did a benefit at the hospital one time. All these very, very ill people, they needed some cheering up. Larry went in there and he played his guitar and everything and put a 3-hour performance. When he got through, they turned the ward into an intensive care unit. Not only that, 2 doctors and a nurse quit, and a visiting priest came down with terminal diarrhea.
Better hang on to that.
We were in the barber shop at the same time several years ago, and Larry is sang baritone, and I thought he did pretty well. And one of the guys broke up a quartet, the baritone left, And I said, well, we need a guy to fill in. I said, well, what about Larry LaPrise? He sings very. And there was a silence, Finally, the tenor said, how do you think we sound as a trio? A couple of people covered my remarks when he was with Chrysler, that it's evident that he was there, We're in trouble now, but he did go into the insurance business, went to Prudential, but he made a mistake there too. He sold an accident policy to a all-girls topless accordion band. Andreas Segovia, recognized the world over as the foremost guitarist. He heard about Larry. He heard Larry's music. Threatened to become a Trappist monk. The only one Thanks, Jack. Thank you. No, mine is rather short. I have one more little remark to make about when Elvis, the Reverend Harold, our younger set, passed away. Well, everybody started making the Elvis invitations. Everybody wanted to be an Elvis. And so, well, Larry thought he would try it too. So he got up there with his guitar, and he wiggling around doing his thing, you know, and my golly, his arch support broke, and his truss shifted, his toupee fell off, his upper plate fell out, and he hit a discord in his nose, and they couldn't take him.
A whole new act.
One other time, he is a dedicated entertainer, though, really. He had a chance to get in the movie that time. And they thought they needed somebody a little more, not like a little more recognizable. So they put Sammy Davis Jr. in the part, you know. That's all I have to say about my good cousin, except he's a nice man, reasonable, with not too much hair.
He's still on his first case of beer. What do you hear him later? Next, we have a young lady who is very independent. She has her own apartment. She has her own car. Last winter, I went over to see her, and she's sitting there in front of this roaring fire. It's a real cold night out. One problem is she doesn't have a fireplace. Here she is now, Christine LaPrise.
Well, when I was asked
We know where you're going.
to speak to this, I thought it was a great idea. So I started thinking back to what my dad just came when I was a kid. And, you know, he was a really unique father. Every time I wanted to do something, and he didn't want me to do it, he said, "You're a girl." And I thought, gee, you know, I can't really argue with that. I'm a girl.
He's
you know?
right, too, you know. We're thinking the same stuff. What argue with, Chris?
I asked him if I could go fishing with the boys, and he said, "No, you're a girl." You know, can I go play football with the boys? No, you're a girl. Can I go outside and play? No, you're a girl. I thought, gee, you know, by the age of 10, I wanted a sex change. Then I started having friends over, and they were over in the evening, and my dad decided to have this cue for me. You know, when he got up and went to the bathroom, it was my time to send my friends home. And it worked great for a while, until the toilet broke. My dad was always nice to my girlfriends. He always offered them walks around the block, cruises, kisses on his bulk birthday. On his birthday? He was always interested in my boyfriend. You know how most fathers, they'll ask you, you know, what job you have, you know, what are your plans for your future? My dad, do you play an instrument? Do you sing? My dad always had the front bedroom to the house. And anytime he heard any strange noises, or any car doors opening and people out there, he'd get up and look. Well, it was really hard when I was dating. You know, my boyfriend would pull up in the driveway when we get out, we walk to the front door, and he'd give me a good night kiss, and there's my dad peering out the window.
That's exactly what yours.
Oh, no, he's the only dad I have, and I love him.
Wash your hands up.
Our next guest speaker tonight.
He might took on the bathroom.
Three of the funny lines are up here. You're going to need them.
We're going to get you next check.
Our next guest speaker tonight is Larry's eldest son. One thing that stands out in his character is his short-sightedness. He works for Friars. But I saw him a couple of weeks ago, you know, and he told me that Larry's an usher at the church. And he says, you picked up a few extra bucks. And I said, well, I didn't realize they paid the ushers at the church. Norm says, well, they don't, but my dad still picks up a few extra bucks. Here he is, Norm LaPrise.
You got an ashtray?
Yeah, use this one.
I had a pair here. Didn't tell me when I was speaking.
Well, you know, when they said we're going to teach, we're going to roast Larry. I said, who the hell is Larry? He said, it's your father. And I said, well, how's he doing anyhow?
I get my card now. That was an ad. Well, before I get started here, I really would like you to sign this legal document, Marty. My lawyer drew it up. He said, it's pretty simple. All it says is that no matter what I say or do tonight, you won't cut me out of the will. Well, I guess my job is to speak to you tonight, and I guess your job is to listen. If you finish your job before I finish mine, just raise your hand.
150 cards?
Well, that's just the beginning. I got another pocket here. Well, you know, forgot that one. Oh, yeah. You know, when I first was honored with this Davis, I wasn't quite sure if I was going to poke fun at him or praise him or what I was going to do. Then I remembered something he told me a long time ago. He said, Norm, he said, always tell the truth. So tonight, nothing but the truth.
Great.
Well, you know, my dad's like a blister in a lot of ways. He comes out after the work's done. You know, men like him don't grow on trees. You know, they usually hang from them. You know, my wife needs a new vacuum. You want to rent your head out for a while? I can get away with this tonight only. You didn't sign it? Well, you know, my dad, he told me about mother-in-laws. He said, you know, they're like seeds. He says, you really don't need them, but they come with the tomatoes. Well, you know, my dad's only hope in music is if one of the relatives die and give him some talent, or leave him some talent. You know, my mom's favorite song is He Did It My Way. Recently, you know, he's been improving in his guitar playing, though. He really has. I can tell now when he's practicing or when he's tuning up. Well, you know, he spent 40 minutes tonight combing his hair. He's really not mad at me. He's mad at himself. He spent 40 minutes combing his hair, and then he forgot it. Well, you know, I want to tell you a few things that happened to me and my father, and between my father and my family when I was growing up. You know, one of the things he always used to say to us is, you guys are going to grow up to be doctors. I know you, right? I can tell you are. Well, the first time my ma heard that, she said, how can you be so sure? And he said, because they never come when they're called. I wonder if you remember the first piano we ever had. This was a rinky-dink $5 piano he bought from a neighbor. Put it in the house, had it about a week or so. Doorbell rang. My mother answered. There's this quiet man with a little black bag. She answered the door and he said, I'm here to tune your piano. And she said, tune the piano? We didn't call anybody to tune the piano. She said, no, but your neighbor did.
I remember another time, it was around Christmas time, and I was just a little kid. My dad had to buy a gift for somebody. A friend of his, I think. And he kept looking around, and every place he went, too expensive, too expensive. Finally, he found a vase, a $50 vase. It was on sale for $2. The handle was broken off. So he said, hey, this is a great buy, $50 down to $2. So he bought the vase for $2. He then proceeded to mail the gift to his friend, figuring that the friend would think he spent $50 for the vase, and it got broken in the mail. Well, that worked fine, except for about a week after Christmas, he got a thank you note. It said, thank you for the lovely vase. We really appreciate the way you individually wrapped it. Well, I remember another time we were at the breakfast table when I was just a little kid. And my dad usually hurries in the morning to get off to work on time. Well, for some reason this morning he was just taking his time. He sat down at the table and we could tell he was half asleep, didn't know where he was. He mumbled something about, honey, give me another cup of coffee. Well, my mom poured him another cup of coffee and she said, Larry, you better hurry up. You're going to be late for work. He jumped up and he said, work, I thought I was there. I remember another time it was a party, not like this one, it was more music. It was at Grandma's house and we had everybody there, all the relatives. It broke up pretty late and I was just a little kid. I was half asleep in the back seat. My mom was really chewing out my dad for something he did that night. Couldn't remember what it was, but I do remember what she said. She said, honey, well, you certainly made a fool of yourself that time. I just hope everybody realizes that you weren't sober. I'll never forget the time my brother swallowed the ink pen. Anybody remember that? Well, my mom was doing the bills on the kitchen table, and my brother was just a little kid. My brother Vince, he was just a couple years old. Well, he got a hold of her ink pen, and he swallowed it. My mom went into hysteria. She didn't know what to do. She called my father. My father said she would be there, and he would be there in just a few minutes. Well, she said, well, what should I do in the meantime till you get here? He said, use a pencil. Well, later on, my dad went into Prudential, as somebody mentioned. He started selling life insurance. He should have made it. I don't know why he didn't. One of my favorite lines that he said was, after he gave his client the full pitch about life insurance, he would start to get up from the table. And he'd say something like this. He'd say, I don't want to frighten you into a decision tonight, but if you get up in the morning tomorrow, let me know what you think about the policy. I want to tell you a little bit about his recording music. The very first song he recorded, he thought he was going to make $1 million on it. He put it on cassette tape, and he must have spent months on that thing. So he wrote a little note of disclaimer just to protect himself. The note of disclaimer said, all the words and notes are a product of my own imagination. Any resemblance to any other song is purely coincidental. Well, about 3 weeks later, he got the cassette back, and his little note of disclaimer was circled in red, and with it was another note. It said, that's what's wrong with it. Speaking of cassette tapes, I have a little problem. You know that cassette tape you wanted me to mail out to that recording studio? Well, Simon got a hold of it. Well, my dad ushered the St. Edmund's Church. Many of you think he's really devoted. I want to tell you a little story about that. That's really a physical problem he has, and the doctor gave that to him as kind of like a therapy or something. And what it turns out is about a year ago, just before he started ushering at St. Edmund's, he went to the doctor, and the doctor asked him, well, what's your problem? And my dad said, well, he said, every time I fall asleep, I snore real badly. And the doctor said, well, it's pretty bad. He said, yeah. My dad said, I've got to do something about it. And the doctor said, well, does it bother your wife that badly? And my dad said, not only does it bother her, but it disturbs the whole congregation. So the doctor said, well, you better usher, keep awake. I remember another time, I was in high school at the time, my dad came home really beat. He was working at AAA at the time. He was really tired, barely made it in the door, sat at the kitchen table. My mom, feeling sympathetically for him, she said, did you have a rough day at work today? My dad said, it was terrible. All of us had to think for ourselves. Computers were broke down. Well, I was running out of material, so I had to call AAA and find out if they knew any peculiarities of my dad. Anything he might have done at work that might have been funny. Well, I called AAA, and they told me some good ones. One thing he does every day, day in and day out, he grabs his cup of coffee, and he goes and sets it on the table. Then he unlocks his desk drawer, opens up the middle desk drawer, bows his head, looks inside, and reads something for about 15 seconds. So I said, you got to find out what he's reading inside that desk drawer. So he opened up the desk drawer when he wasn't around, looked inside, and they called me. They told me, they said, Norm, this is what he's reading. Take to the bottom of the desk drawer is a little 3x5 card, and it says, credits next to the window, debits next to the door. They also told me something else. About a year ago, they had a problem with delinquent accounts. Seems to me that, or it seems to them that there was a lot of people who weren't paying their accounts on time. They wanted the computers to automatically spit out a little thing on the bottom of the bills to try to stimulate these people who weren't paying their accounts. And they had a little contest. And my dad's entry into the contest for the little slogan on the bottom of the accounts was this. It says, Dear sir, please pay something on your account. We have been extremely patient with you. In fact, we have done more for you than your mother did. We have carried you for 11 months. I really got to stop here. I really don't know why we're giving this man a dinner. Some of the most famous people in the world never got a dinner. Beethoven, who gave the world a fifth, never got a dinner. And how about Brock, who gave the world chocolate candy, never got a dinner. And Brahms, who gave the world an alibi, never got a dinner. And Sammy Davis Jr.,
Larry, how could
the first black Santa Claus, who gave the world Alka-Seltzer, never got a dinner. And Glenn Miller, who gave the world the Big Bang sound, never got a dinner.
That's Big Bang.
Well, I was close. You paid for my education. Well, I'm going to do a little something here. I have a $20 bill I can borrow.
Sure, Captain, that's a $20 bill.
Okay. Well, now I can buy my dad a Father's Day gift. That's pretty good. Really, I've been taking Bible classes here lately, and I read something here recently that John wrote to the Corinthians. He said, if you take a man's wealth and dip it in water, which I'm doing here. Dip it into water. He says, now if you light this bill on fire and it goes out, the man's led a pretty decent life. But if you light this bill on fire and it burns to a crisp, the man's led an awful life. But if you light this bill on fire and it burns but nothing happens, the bill is still there, then you don't know what to expect from this man. So I'm going to try something. Well, in closing, I kind of like to give a little verse that kind of sums up my dad, describes him pretty good. Then I want to apologize. Well, it goes like this. When he was young and in his prime, he used to do it all the time. Now he's older and turning gray, he only does it once a day. Well, now the apology. If I told any bad jokes tonight, it's not really my fault, and I apologize. You see, my sense of humor is hereditary.
Now you see why Chrysler's is in trouble. Our next guest speaker tonight has to get her speech over with because it's way past her bedtime. Somebody will help her up here in a wheelchair. Let's welcome a fellow musician, an excellent drummer, Mary Zatelli.
Don't be nervous. Thank you, Jack. I don't know what I'd do without you. Why didn't they tell me that before I started here? I thought it was Jack. All the time I wrote a speech for Jack. That's what I said. The first time I met Larry was a party very much like this. I walked into the room, and all I could hear was insults going around the room. It sounded like the 4th of July. Everything was flying all over the place. It was unbelievable. Like firecrackers.
Don't be nervous.
Me? Jack, now you know I am never nervous. When I found out Larry was a magician, I was really impressed. Being a drummer, I became interested, so I told him that I would supply the rhythm if he wanted to get together. Larry turned around and looked at me and replied, "No thanks, I'm too old for that." Well, when he finally figured out what Larry was talking, when he finally figured out what I was talking about, he invited my husband and I, Ed, to a party. All I had to bring was a bottle, 3 different dishes for the table, and my drum. Now, noticing the great age difference between Larry and myself, I thought this might present a problem in the type of music we played.
I didn't know you were much older than him.
I asked him what type of music he played, and he said, anything goes. I come in expecting Bee Gees, anything, right? Larry can play anything. Later on that evening, I found out that all he could play was anything goes. Later on that evening, I found out that's all he would play. He invited my husband and myself to a party.
We'll bear with you, Mary. Go ahead.
Okay. Larry invited me over to his house to do a recording session. I picked up my drum. I went over to Larry's house. Larry took me down to his basement, put me in this little soundproof room where anyone could hear was my scream. I never did hear anything about their recording. I think I would never send it to the Gong Show. I really seriously could. I went over to Rochelle's one night, and I met up with Larry, Christine, his daughter, and her girlfriend. We're sitting around having drinks, having a great time, right? Larry starts with this joke. Poor Christine's girlfriend, we had to kick her every time Larry said a punchline because she didn't know what he was talking about. Larry comes
over to my house one night, right? He goes into the bathroom, and you will not believe,
You got a bag too?
you will not believe what this guy did to my towel. I'm gonna treasure this for the rest of my life. All in all, it's been really an experience knowing Larry. I went to my doctor, and he diagnosed it as an ulcer. My doctor told me there had to be a change. So I hate to miss parties. I love parties. I think they're great. So I devised a way to go to the parties and play my drums and still enjoy myself. What you do is you put this thing with your mouth. You plug this into Larry's amplifier. And you put this on your head, and it doesn't bother you a bit. Now, the patent is pending. If anyone wants one, give me a call. What's your number? I'll take a look.
Very good. Thank you, Grandma.
All right, you're all right, Grandpa.
Save the funny lines for the podium.
Nice master.
You better call him up there.
Nice master of ceremony.
Our next guest tonight is a woman who spent the last 20 years in misery. She married Larry. 29. 29.
Oh, come on. You can't do that. We know where you're going.
We know where you're going. Got the wives out there, cool.
As I said before, I had to clear all the speeches, being the MC. I had to clear all the speeches before they came on because we are videotaping tonight and this goes on television. I had to clean... I had to clean Eleanor's speech up quite a bit. Let's have a nice round of applause for Eleanor LaPrise.
Thank you, Quinn. Friends, relatives, and honored guests.
That's your husband.
That's the way a man goes down. I was asked to say a few good words for this special occasion. After giving it a lot of thought, I couldn't come up with anything that were good words, so I thought I'd make a few comments about our life together.
That's the way I want to go get
I met Larry through my cousin Luigi about 30 years ago, and at that time, he was working for General Motors at the General Motors building on the boulevard, and he had a job that was very impressive. We were very impressed with his position there. And every day he was very proud of saying that he was a vertical engineer there, and every day he would ride up the elevator with the president of General Motors. And he did an excellent job there. In fact, he was voted the best elevator operator. When he met my parents, I told him that he was French and Irish, and my dad commented on his French nose and my mother on his Irish eyes. Of course, I knew there was a little bit of Italian in him, but nobody ever noticed his Roman hands. All through our marriage, he's been a very considerate and attentive husband, and that started on our wedding night, which we spent at the Book Cadillac downtown, and I was waiting in the lobby while he was registering at the desk. And as he was returning back to me, all of a sudden I heard the clerk say, Sir, you didn't register your wife. and he had forgotten all about me. And that's been the story of my life. Most of our life we've lived in Polish neighborhoods. And the first neighborhood we lived in, there were a lot of Polish people, and you Larry and his jokes, and he was always telling these Polish jokes and really giving it to them. So one day one of our Polish neighbors came over and he says, Larry, where in the world do you get all these jokes? He says, do you read Polish? And Larry says, no. And he says, well, do you speak Polish? And Larry says, no. And he says, well, how does it feel to be dumber than Pola? Well, Larry took me fishing only once. And he only took me fishing because that was a real disaster. I couldn't do anything right. I get in the boat and he hollered because I moved my feet and he chased the fish away. I used the wrong bait. I put the bait on wrong. I cast it wrong. I talked too much. And most of all, the worst thing I did was catch more fish. Well, now you know that one of Larry's loves is music, and our whole married life has revolved around music. In our first house, there's music everywhere. He had wiring going to every room in the house, including the closet. He had speakers all over, and any time we had music all the time. Well, that was okay until some company came over one time, and they flushed the toilet, and out came the Star Spangled Banner. And when the kids were little, he'd come home and I'd say, you know what the kids did today? And he'd say, no, hum a few bars. Well, in the house that we live in now, it's not so bad. In the house that we live in now, it's not so bad because he has all the music in his little music room that he built downstairs. Of course, it's not soundproof. He said he was going to do it soundproof, but he didn't, so the whole house is still filled with music. But he has everything down there. He's got all his electrical equipment, his background rhythm, and his stuff to record, and he's got a piano and an organ and his guitar and bass and all the instruments down there. Well, and he spends a lot of time down there, anywhere from a half hour to the wee hours in the morning. And you heard about golf widows. Well, I'm not a golf widow. I'm a music widow. Because he spends so much time down there. Well, one day we're sitting in the front room and you hear this ka-thump, ka-thump, ka-thump. And I'm thinking to myself, gee, he's got a new tune and he's recording the background for it. And I said, that's kind of a strange beat. And then we find out that Kevin's got his wet tennis shoes in the dryer. My mother the other day, she says, Larry's gone, for 10 years, Larry's been going down every night and practicing my funeral march. But I fooled him, I'm still around. Of course, one good thing about that music room, I always know where he is. He's downstairs playing with his organ. Of course, another of his loves is women, and that's been hit on quite a few times. When we first moved in our subdivision, it was all desolate and dark, and his line was, would you like to walk around the subdivision with me? But then, as they got built up and the street lights come on, he switched to birthdays. You never saw a guy with so many birthdays. Anytime a girl comes in, his line is, it's my birthday, don't I get a birthday kiss? And by golly, 9 out of 10 times he gets it, too. After his daughter. Say, what was that line? His son wants to use it as hereditary. And he's got 9 women he drives to work every day. Not 5, 9. And only 2 are married, by the way. But 3 of them come every morning for coffee. My neighbors can verify. They come in for coffee every morning, and 2 of them, my God, are real good looking. Yeah, shades on the van, too. only know why you want to burn us for crying out.
You dog, you!
He's having his breakfast, and I'm sitting there, and the three ladies, and he says, "Hon, would you pass the cream?" And before I could even move, three of them jumped up to... And then I'm thinking to myself, geez, I wonder what the other six do. You know, his dream is, don't you? His dream is to die at 90, shot by a jealous husband. But I'm just afraid somebody will get to him first when they hear his music. For the last few years, he's really been trying to please me. He's done everything he could to look like the movie star that I like, and that's Yul Brynner. Seriously, though, after 20 years of marriage, I'm really looking forward... 29 years of marriage. Anyway, after 29 years of marriage, I'm really looking forward to growing debt.
Thank you, Eleanor. Now we finally found out the truth about it. Our next guest tonight is a man who has success written all over him. He's got a new house, a new car, new girlfriend. I'm sorry, Sharon. Is that Sharon? His only flaw is that he drinks like the old man. The last time he was over at my house, he swallowed a shot glass. Let's welcome Vince LaPrise.
He's adopted, you know, he's not my brother.
That's true. I just hope I can follow all these fine talkers. I read the same book, I put it back in the shelf. Here we are, I have to take the notes here.
Hey, Sharon, you go ahead and make your speech.
First of all, I want to thank Quinn and Pat and everybody who made this possible for me to roast my father tonight. I really think it's an honor as being a guest speaker. As you all know, my father's a great man. He's a man of many talents. He golfs, he bowls. He's an auditor at AAA. He also has a bus service to and from work. Okay. And as all you know, he's a musician and a fine songwriter. It's a shame, though. I haven't picked up any of his real talents other than the talent of dressing. How to coordinate colors. That is the most important thing in dressing. As you see here, I'm all coordinated, color coordinated. There's no problem.
Show me your shoes, Vince.
My shoes also, see? There's no problem in dressing. You know, I can remember back when we were kids, all the neighborhood kids used to get together on a Saturday morning, and for a week we'd plan on fishing. Too much food. We'd plan on fishing. And my father would take us all out fishing. And every time we'd spend hours upon hours, the whole day we'd fish. And never would come home with one single fish. Never. And it holds true. Still, I go night fishing. I leave in the evening, I come back early in the morning, And never ever do I come home with one fish. And all I hear from my wife is, what the hell do you do all night? You know? Are you out screwing? What's going on here? You know? She doesn't believe a thing. I say, it's what I picked up from my father. You know? There's nothing I can say. What can I say? It's all hereditary. It's all hereditary. You know what to do. Now, but one of the things my father did teach me, and that is proper tire. As I showed you,
He's not adopted, I was hereditary.
Shut up. You know, it's hard to follow. It's hard to follow these people. I read the same book. I put it back on the shelf. You know, it's hard to follow these people. Now, but my father, you're right. My father did teach me how to swim at an early age. I was young, maybe 2 years old or so. I can remember going out on Lake St. Clair, and it was me and my father, and I believe my brother Norm, and another person. I don't remember who it was at the time. But I can remember we were out about the middle of the lake, and my father threw me in the water, and I had to swim home. Well, naturally I made it, because here I am today, right? But many of you may think it's cruel to throw me in the water, you know, and make me swim. But that wasn't the hard part. The hard part wasn't swimming shore. The hard part was getting out of the plastic garbage bag. You know, my dad works at AAA. That's funny in itself. I know. I pay insurance. I belong to AAA. But it seems like every time I call AAA, no matter who I call or when I call, I always get one of the few answers they have. First, either the phone number is busy or there's no answer because it's before or after hours. Or I get put on hold for about 20 minutes, and then I give up and hang up. Or they transfer your call to a different department, which eventually gets put on hold for 20 minutes and you hang up. But the favorite answer is, specifically when I call my father, is, excuse me, he just stepped out for coffee. Or he's out to lunch, can I take a message, please? Boy, I wish when I get a secretary, I hope I can train her as well as my father did. If you want a good investment, invest it in coffee machines over at AAA. You're bound to make a mint. There's no problem there. Well, I ran into a rider of my dad. As you know, my dad has a carpool, and he drives 3 or 4 women to work every day. 9 women? Oh, dear. But anyhow, including the one that's the ornament. He does ride women to work. And I ran into a girl named Diana Roca last night at Lakeside Mall. And she was telling me a little bit how things work. And she said that she chips in money every week for gas along with all the other girls. But one week, she was a little shortchanged of money on Monday. So she went ahead anyhow. But my dad, as punishment, made him listen to homemade tapes. All this music and everything. She said she's never going to be late again, and all the girls are going to be late again, and they're going to pitch in a couple dollars extra every week to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Diana also told me that a couple months back, she was the only rider. The other girls had called in sick or were on vacation. And she was riding along 8 Mile with my dad, and he had said that he was practicing to be a magician. Well, you know, she didn't believe him. And naturally, I don't know that's one of his talents. You know, he's got a lot of talent, but But she said that sure enough, they were driving along 8 Mile Road, and after a couple blocks, abracadabra, poof, he turned his van into a motel.
poster behind me here. Well, you think that might be a spontaneous photograph, but not actually. That was taken in an actual photographer's studio. And the reason, yeah, he still looks like that. The reason the photographer made him put that hat on was because of the glare he was getting off the But truly, folks, I think my dad is a fine father and the best father a person could ever have. And I really appreciate being honored here to talk about him. Thank you very much.
I told you he drinks like the old man. Our next guest speaker tonight is a woman who spent the last 20 years trying to graduate from high school. What? Oh, she teaches high school. If you've ever, now you know what's the matter with kids today. If you've ever seen Rosemary's house, everything is fashionably decorated.
You ought to live there.
She's got a grandfather's clock in the vestibule, front vestibule. And my mother tells me the first day they got the clock, Rosemary answered the doorbell 17 times. Let's welcome Rosemary LaPrise. She's an English teacher, so pay attention. She's going to ask questions later.
Okay, growing up with Larry had many memorable moments. Like the time I used to help him with his homework. And I said one time, Larry, there are two words you should not use in your composition. One is swell, and the other is lousy. And Larry thought for a moment, and he said, okay, what are the two words? Larry's love of music surfaced at an early age. He used to sing on the radio, but when he got too big, Mama made him get up. Larry's music has influenced many lives. One of the first to feel the effects was his old music teacher, Mr. Trupitch. The poor man went tone deaf after a few lessons, and he ended up in a sanitarium. When, out of politeness and out of respect, sent Mr. Trupitch an invitation to the party, and he had a relapse. He did write a short note, however, but it's unquotable. Larry has always prided himself on being a snappy dresser. Today he has his pants made to order. Snap-on Dr. Denton's made for the Geritol set. One time we all complimented him on his black shirt. We said it was a very striking black shirt. And Larry said, I liked it better 3 weeks ago when it was white. It is well known how tight Larry is. He's always borrowing things from the neighbors.
That's for sure.
I mean, who borrows a toothbrush? But Eleanor finally put her foot down when he started borrowing the neighbor's wives.
My old toothbrush, my old toothpaste thing. He puts it in a bite and takes a very long drop of toothpaste out of that tube, you know?
Larry has always considered himself a ladies' man. Last week when I was walking with him down the street,
three girls in a convertible were passing by, and Larry swore they were trying to pick him up. What they were really saying was, get him.
I think we'll give her an 8 on that report.
No summer school.
Our next gentleman tonight has gone through pain and punishment.
I think they forgot.
More than humanly possible. He worked with Larry on several music jobs. And I said to the man, I said, how do you stand it? He says, well, I won't work unless I get paid. I says, I know that. I said, but how do you stand it? He says, well, I'll tell you. He says, Quinn, I'm deaf in one ear and I put a piece of cotton in the other. There he is, Herb Cook.
Did you wash your hands?
I know where you're going. Hurry up, I gotta go. Summer wind came blowing across the Arctic Sea. Hi, Herb. Okay, Herb, how are you?
Congratulations, I hope you're having a good time.
I sure am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And those terrific young gentlemen. How about a hand for those young fellas that are serving the drinks? Please. They're doing a terrific job. And I'm sorry, the young ladies too. The young ladies too. Hey, that's terrific. No kidding. They're sneaking around here and they're giving gifts and, you know, doing all the things. Hi there. How you doing? Are you enjoying this evening?
I certainly am.
Glad to hear that.
Bigger liar than I thought he was.
Out of all the ladies and gentlemen here this evening, I probably know Larry the least amount of time, and I got to know him through my drummer, Marv Mellis, the gentleman sitting right there. And this guy is a super drummer, not to take it away, okay? And a super guitar man. But seriously, I play squeeze box, and this guy has helped me to learn a lot of music. You know, those notes that... Wait a minute. But anyway, seriously, we have jam sessions quite often. We've played a lot of jobs together, and we have a lot of enjoyable times. And when we have jam sessions, namely the drummer, in essence, has the most material to haul. So naturally, we run over to Marv Mellis's place in West Bloomfield. Okay? So Larry and I go over. We know where you're going. We know. Hi, Rochelle. So we go over there, and really, we have a heck of a time. We play cat and mouse and so forth. But when it gets right down to it, out of the jamming time that we spend, out of, say, maybe 4 or 5 hours, I'd say maybe 3.5 or 4 hours are jokes between Marv and Larry. Really?
That's why you wear that.
Seriously, we have a heck of a time. There was a job.
It sounds like a sick night, I know, Margaret.
Oh, no, Jack, wait a minute. One time we had a job up in Lakeville. Anybody know where Lakeville is in northern Oakland County? Okay. There's a union place up there on the north side of Lakeville. And
26, right?
I believe so.
All right.
And Larry was so kind. We had to duck the 9 secretaries, which I didn't know about, and he so kindly used his machine, and we put all the instruments in there, and we had an anniversary party to do up there. And he asked me, he says, well, do you think we know where we're going? And I says, yeah, you follow this road. You go up Rochester Road, you come around to Army Road, I believe it is. You make a left-hand turn, and as we're going down there, we make this one curve, and all of a sudden, all you can see is water. And he says, you expect me to go across that? Well, here was 2 lakes, and there was just barely enough room to get through there. but he was sweating it out. I think he would have turned in the bill if he'd have got waterlogged, right, Larry?
Right.
Right. Okay, now there's a bowling banquet that we won't talk about. That we played. That we'll put aside. Next, I think there's a little party we did up in Sanford Lake, which is north of Bay City and Saginaw. And Larry said to me after the night was over, he says, Irv, how come every third number there was a polka? And I says, this is polka country, right, Larry?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You said you wouldn't admit it. I'm on camera.
Now we're going to go into Larry's previous life, which I don't know too much about, but Tony met a girl by the name of Sandow, and he said, well, ain't she sweet? And then he said, I wonder if she can help me make it through the night. And she said, I surrender, dear. Larry replied, I don't want to walk without you. So, anyway, these are a few little numbers that we do together, and he said to her, I understand. Okay? Larry, it's a pleasure knowing you. And believe me, this guy I call Tony Mottola, and I believe that I say with very sincere thoughts that you are Tony Mottola. You're a great guitarist. Tony Mottola.
I knew he had to be a good musician to carry Larry all these years. Now we come to our next speaker. I think he's already had his speech from the end of the table. I'm not sure. Every year, the man lives in Wisconsin, and every year the family chips in and we send him some money to keep him there.
Wasn't enough this year, though.
No, inflation, ate it all up.
When are you going to quit tapping the cousins?
Once in a while, he sneaks back in, So, being from Wisconsin, I says, Jack, how's the price of gas up there? Because it's getting pretty ridiculous out here. He says, I've been dealing with the same station for 20 years now. He says, it hasn't changed a bit. I says, you're kidding. I says, gas is nationwide. He says, no. He says, 20 years ago, he says, I went in and I got $2 worth of gas. He says, last week, I went in and got $2 worth of gas. Price hasn't changed a bit. Let's hear it for Jack LaPrise. Somebody help him up over there.
I can finally go to the bathroom.
Are you going? I'm going too.
I gotta go to the bathroom too. It's gonna be a short speech. I have to go to the bathroom.
Where's that urinal? Here you go, Jack.
Oh, if you ain't gonna go, I'm gonna go. Hurry up.
Come on, hold it down a little bit. Pay attention, I'm gonna ask questions later. You won't be able to. Prepare yourself, he's gonna be here a long time. You bought a ticket. That's the answer. See if I get this right. Ladies and gentlemen. Members of the panel. Bartender.
listeners, don't forget me.
Forget him.
Television crew, you're doing a fine job. Hi, Mom.
Channel 0, Jim.
1928.
Yeah, TV, right here.
It's a long time ago. Pay attention. I'm going to ask you this.
1952 was.
1928 was just before the Depression.
Hey, remember.
We know where you're going. We know where you're going. We know where you're going. Ladies' hat up here is hereditary. It had to happen. Well, we had hand-me-down clothes. And Larry had two older sisters.
Yeah.
You know.
I used them this week, though.
Shut up. But he looked, you know, he looked
Sounds
all,
like second-hand rose.
no, Larry looked awful cute in dresses. So, you know, I mean, Rosemary's Kathleen's dress, Larry wore well.
You got him after he did, right?
I got one for Leo here. Leo remembers this. Leo Flurry, honored guest tonight. Larry was romantic, and Eleanor doesn't know this because that was before her time. Larry was very romantic at an early age. Really, I mean, Leo, remember his first two loves? Maybe this name will ring bells. I think it will.
Hey, take it easy on Leo. He buys my tank.
But this gal's name, Leo, was Sadie Routine. But she was a tiny little thing. She's about 6'2" and 200 pounds. You know. She used to pick, you know, she used to pick Larry up and carry him up and down the block. That was a lot of fun for Larry. He enjoyed it. On a serious note, Larry started school, you know, in St. Rita's. That's a Catholic school. And Larry had a lot of troubles in school. And I'm going to take you back a long ways.
Not too long.
And Mama will remember because there's a fellow by the name of Roland Tashrow.
Roland, here for Roland.
And Vincent, you have to take things into perspective here. Roland Tashrow was a bully. I mean, he used to beat Larry up every night on the way home from school. Well, Larry remembers that. He was scared stiff of the guy. You know, Larry'd take a different route home every night, but Roland was there and he beat the hell out of him. You know, remember that, Larry? No, this is a true story, you know. How would you like to walk home from school every night and get beat up?
I would love it.
Well, Larry went through that. You know, he had a bully by the name of Roland Tashrow. Remember, Mama?
Yes, sure.
I remember that. I think he hit him in the head too often. You know? But anyway, Larry was very mischievous.
You on page 2 yet?
How do you spell that?
Mischievous. Yeah, that's very. Larry did some real bad things in the neighborhood.
Yeah?
Marv lived in our neighborhood, but it probably got around to Mark's. Let's see. There was Orleans, and then there was Ryetville.
Yes.
And then what's the next one? Really, that's where Marv lived.
Yes, Valley Boulevard. Really, yeah.
I want to tell you some of the dirty things that Larry did when he was a kid. I mean, everybody thinks Larry's a nice guy. I can tell you the truth now. You know, coming up. So Larry took a next door neighbor's gate. You know, There's a gal owner of a restaurant. He took her to eat. He hid it in the neighbor's garage.
Yeah, but we heard you were with him.
You know, I mean, they tried to buy me for it. I told you about his two-ounce Sadie, you know, Sadie was 200 pounds,
Yeah.
6'2". Well, I got mad at Sadie one night. Remember, Leo? And my mother's got these canning jars, you know. We had a fruit cellar with all these canning jars.
Leave your mother alone, Jack.
Larry took all these fruit jars, he filled them full of water, and he put the caps on them. Now, pay attention. Like I said, Larry said, I'm mad at Sadie. He took all these fruit jars, filled them full of water, put the caps on them. And he waited till dark. And this is during World War II. And Larry ran by Sadie's house.
I remember that.
And he threw all these canning jars full of water at Sadie's cement porch. And he says, Bonsai! You know, and all they had is a glass of water on Sadie's porch, and Mr. Rosini chased Larry all over the neighborhood.
All you needed was a scotch.
Now, when Larry was young, he used to get up, you know. He was the oldest brother of the family. Rosemary, let's not go ask questions later. Anyway, Larry used to get up and get breakfast for us. He used to catch mice in the trap. You know.
That was breakfast?
And then he put them on a plate, and then he put a knife and fork and a napkin there, and served mice for breakfast. I mean, a little bit of ketchup. That was one nice thing about Larry. He was always thoughtful. I never had anything to do with it, but Larry was an usher. They talk about being an usher at the Cameo Theater. You remember that deal? Larry was an usher at the Cameo Theater, which was on 7 Mile Road, and he worked there. Larry worked at the Cameo Theater until the batteries burned out on his flashlight. That was the end of his job. But during the time he worked there was a 7 Mile game. You know, they got in for nothing. You know, they were these guys that were hoods. And they came in and Larry said, you gotta pay to get in here. You know, Larry's not too smart. It was a 7 Mile game. I mean, these guys are some good. So Larry said, in order to get in here, you gotta buy a ticket. Well, these guys got in for nothing before Larry worked there. Well, one morning about 3 o'clock in the morning, they talked to him. But he was too young for disability. Okay, now we're getting into good stuff. Larry met Eleanor. Mama Gucci used to take Eleanor. This happened for a number of years. Mama Gucci. That's what the hell is her name? That's Delia. She used to take Eleanor, who was just a good-looking little 14-year-old, to all the Italian pictures. I know somebody say that. She used to take her to all the Italian picnics. So Eleanor, your grandma took your mother to all the Italian picnics for about 5 years. And then all of a sudden, they met Larry. You know, she said, I'm going to get you a nice Italian boy. You know, I'm going to get you a nice Italian boy. She got Larry, he's a Frenchman. But anyway, the reason they got Larry, they both fell in love with him right away. Mama Gucci and Eleanor, and they liked Larry.
Yeah. We are.
They fell in love with Larry because he had the nose like his cousin. He had the nose like his cousin Luigi, and that's what Billy did the trick, you know.
Where's the cousin Luigi? You want to see the nose?
You gotta see the nose. He had plastic surgery.
Oh, good for him.
Larry lived with us on Orleans Street, you know, that's in the old neighborhood. That's where I was born and reared. No, I was born and reared, you know, what the hell. Hawthorne, you know. Get a good shot, will you? I was born and reared on the Hawthorne, then we moved to Orleans. Larry was living with us on Orleans. We had the only neighborhood in the city of Detroit where the colored people were moving out when Larry was living there.
I want to get one thing straight, Jack. Who was adopted, you or Larry?
Larry was in service, though. I was in the Air Force, he was in the Army. And you know what happened to Larry when he's in the Army?
I remember.
Larry was in Iran. He was fixing helicopters to land and fly in the desert. Okay. I'm laying a bomb, but wait till I get to the end, you know. Larry married Eleanor.
Eleanor married Larry.
That's what it says here.
Eleanor married Larry.
Listen to this now. Norman, Vincent, Christine, Kevin, pay attention.
Hey, that's not the way I wrote it.
Eleanor got pregnant 4 times.
Yeah. Good job.
Then Mrs. Gucci moved in to keep an eye on Larry. Then they got pregnant 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to change the reel on the tape. Jack will be right back. Don't anybody get excited.
You got a good shot, honey?
Let me get my gun.
Larry did live on England Street. You know, you heard him talk about that before. It's rough getting up your lives because they've covered a lot of things. But Larry lived on England Street and he was very popular. It was the Polish neighborhood. But anyway, you got to pay attention, man. Questions later. Larry has a nice house. He's got a telephone, I know, because I call him long distance all the time.
Reverse the charge. What charge? Can I interrupt for a minute? Anybody that has to use Quinn's outdoor release station, the wind is blowing from the west.
You got a dark suit on.
That was my cousin Kenny.
Are you sure?
Thanks, Kenny. We really appreciate it. I didn't come up here when you had your turn. Larry works for AAA. That's called a 3A. And he's got a good job, and they need him. They really need Larry at AAA. Because he drives 9 girls to work that they need.
Hey, Jack, hold the paper down. You can't see your face.
Norman, you don't know this. Larry, your dad is a very diplomatic person.
That's okay, Jack.
One thing that we all admire in the family is very diplomacy. He says, like, this is the way it's going to be, and that's that. That's diplomacy. But he entertains at his house when I come down from Wisconsin.
You hear my head first off?
He pays theatrical productions. We all given a part, and we play the part. He has the leading role. That's Eleanor. Okay, now we're going to get into the music part of it, just briefly. We used to play for house parties when we were little kids. They passed a hat, we got money for it. That's the way it happened. And then we had the LaPrise Brothers band. We were Marv Mellis, serenaders. We were really doing things.
They didn't make it with the house.
We were quite respected in the community until area got an amplifier and they could hear what he was really playing, Well, we played good before that. He's known by many people, you guys make a lot of jokes about my brother. But I want to tell you, some of the top artists in the United States know my brother. Many of the main performing artists, recording artists, you ask them Larry LaPrise, they know him.
How about Earl Gardner? He sings like him.
They know him because he's that funny little guy that keeps breaking the cassettes of his songs backstage. No, he and Leo were responsible, people from this area, for closing Eastwood Gardens. You know, Eastwood Gardens was a nice place. Larry and Leo closed the place down. They lost a little money after a substantial investment at the ping pong game and tore the place apart. And they closed the place up after that.
You know something we don't know.
The only guy I know who goes to bed with his wife is my brother. He listens to police calls.
You gotta say that louder.
The only guy I know who listens to police calls. They call a police radio, so Billy says that noise drives me nuts. But, you know, they go to bed and listen to police calls.
He's concerned about you, Jack.
But I like to play golf with my brother because, you know, I went to Sunnybrook Golf Course on Thursday afternoon this week. And I felt real good until they started taking our money and looked at Larry. They want to know if he wants to play the retirees course, you know, retirees. Made me feel old, but they looked at Larry first.
He's still up there, goddamn.
Oh, shut up, God. This takes in, what the hell's his name again? Vincent, you'll remember this. Because when you were a kid, your mother and dad took you a lot of places. You know, your family hates to travel with them because they like to save money on lodging.
Get that guy.
Who is this windbag?
You know, they like to save money on lodging. You know, when he gets a room, you know, they're traveling on a road. Usually got a room with spiders and cobwebs.
Oh, take away his glasses, he's all finished.
For cheaper. All right, now listen to this one because I like this one myself.
It won't be very good.
Eleanor likes this one too. His wife, Eleanor, had to take him to Niagara Falls 3 times before they could have a honeymoon. You figure that one out. 3 times they went to Niagara Falls before they could have a honeymoon.
I got it. He forgot his barrel.
No, Larry's a great guy for going out to eat. I mean, he wants to go out, he wants to take his family out. Well known, Larry is well known all over the community at White Castle Restaurant.
Never White Castle.
Mama, I'm sorry, you know, I'm supposed to say nice things about Larry, but I couldn't think of any.
Hey, you never been to White Castle.
Take his temperature.
Careful, whoever's been to White Castle.
All right. We're gonna be religious for just a few seconds here.
Must be the time.
When we were small, and I was smaller than Larry, neither one of us were altar boys.
Is that a long time going to caveman?
You know, the reason I wasn't an altar boy, I know the land on Impotente, or, you know, all that jazz. I just was too small to be an altar boy. I couldn't lift the Bible. You know, you gotta carry it to the priest. Larry wasn't an altar boy either. He tried to lift the Bible. Okay.
Who repeated that?
Glad somebody got that one. Well, when Larry was older, he was an usher anyway, at his church. Until he started losing money. Well, Larry lives in an Italian neighborhood, and he's good at bocce ball. Bocce ball. You know, that's what the Italians play. The reason Larry's good at bocce ball is because he's botched everything he ever tried in life. I hate to bring this up because we don't want to get personal with my brother. He's such a sweet guy.
You understand?
But he did have some denture work.
I'll hold it for you.
You know?
Hold what?
Eleanor said,
Sure you can find it?
Eleanor said she's never seen him with his teeth out. He drinks scope by the case. In closing, I would like to say that Larry has been a very good sport about all this.
I guess.
But the truth is, he doesn't understand what's happening.
Hear about my dad's first song? Well, you know, we lived in a Polish neighborhood, and my dad, there was a bunch of Polish people. There was Stasha, Ash, and Duda. They all went ice fishing, and Duda fell in the ice, and he drowned. And my dad had to write a singing telegram to his wife. It went something like this. It went, guess who fell through the ice today? Duda, Duda.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, because of the FCC regulations in our television time tonight, we have to give rebuttal time. We have to give rebuttal time to the guest of honor, Larry LaPrise.
Well, before you do it, can I say something? You sure
Yeah.
can.
You can say anything. Come on up here.
Finally got the young generation up there. Come on, go get it.
Some of you know me, some of you don't.
I know you,
I just can't let this go by without saying something. I was there when Larry was born.
Good in the back of my head.
Oh, what a ham.
They all couldn't get away.
You're going bald too, eh, Jeff?
I was there as Noema Wolakat. And he was quite a baby. We had quite a time bringing him, but he was there. And those were the good old days, during the Depression. All right. I could tell you many and many a story. I was one of the first ones to stay with it. And I could tell you many a story about that. But there's one thing. There's a hole. A big, deep hole out in Ionia County. Where Larry was coming home one night with Byron Potter. Remember, Larry?
I remember that.
And they were both a little inebriated. And they came up over the hill and went around the curve and into the ditch, and so help me God, it's still there where they went. I don't know who pulled them out or how they got home or anything else, but that path is still there out in the boondocks. And Larry will never forget it. And Byron and Larry were very good friends. Byron, Larry, and Norman, his father, drank, and Dad Burns, my father, drank many a night, all night long, and I'll say this, you would never have known they had a drink, right? But I've been waiting a long time for one thing. What did you give me? I have 5 or 10 acres out in the country,
that I'm saving that people have been trying to buy from me from ages. And it belongs to Larry LaPrise. Anytime he wants to come out and build it. Now that's how much
One thing, Josefa. It's time you quit diapering them.
I've always loved it. I would like to say, it's not planned on the agenda, but the one person that knows anything more about Larry than what we have said tonight is my dear mother. And she would like to say.
My mother is something special to all of us. We love her dearly. And let's have a little bit of silence to let my mother speak, because we all love her very much.
You better believe it.
I love Larry and all of my children very much.
You always liked Larry the best.
He was the one with
Bring a Larry from all of us.
and there for Tom's mother.
Come on, everybody, let's share it.
I just want to read this plaque that my mother gave to Larry. It says, LaPrise Friars Roast, June 7, 1980. Guest of honor, Larry LaPrise.
You know, you guys don't realize this, but the greatest person in our life is her mother. She kept a terrific family together, and we love her.
And now we come to the FCC regulations where we have to have equal time. And I hate to bore you people with this, but Larry is up next. I understand he is a professional writer, but that's all right because he can't read. Let's have a standing ovation for Larry LaPrise.
Show, Larry. How much time can we take up if you stand up? Anybody gotta go to John, go down. I know where I'm going. See you later, Larry. Remember, the wind's blowing from the west.
I thank you, Quinn.
Your turn, Larry.
Another fine miss you got me.
All right, Larry.
If you look at Quinn tonight, he did a superb job.
Right. How about I ask you quick?
You want to take somebody to Walter?
He stood there very erect, introduced each roaster very properly, because they told him he was MC. And to Quinn, that meant master of ceremony. But I checked MC out with a few professional people I've known. And Quinn, for your information, Dr. Higginbottom says MC stands for miscarriage. You know, if you look at Quinn, he's got that macho appearance.
Oh, yeah.
He does.
But in his case,
Are you jealous?
in his case, it stands for the Michigan Association of Creepy Human Obsolescence.
Suck on your bottle, you'll feel better.
Everybody has heard the theory that for every action there's a reaction. Well, that's one of the reasons why Quinn joined this club. It requires no action.
Sounds like AAA.
Speaking of action, everybody here knows Kenny Irwin. Now, Kenny, if you invite him to a party, you have to reserve 10 cases of beer just for him.
That's true.
Okay, here's my idea. I know that says something for Kenny.
Now, you might have noticed recently that Kenny's been walking around like some type of a celebrity.
Yeah?
Well, his neighbor told him he looks like Mr. Belvedere. Well, I don't know about you people, but I've seen all the Belvedere commercials, and I haven't seen one where Mr. Belvedere holds a can of beer.
You need the remodeling.
You know, if Kenny ever quit drinking, the law, sustained by the beer companies, would make the auto slump look like a mild recession. Speaking of recession, that brings to mind Mary. Now, Mary's a politician. Believe me or not, she's a politician. I was talking to her husband, Ed, and he said that last week Mary was watching Carter on TV. And Carter took a certain stand upon the Iran situation. And Mary said to Ed, she says, you know, Carter's right. And 2 days later, they were watching Reagan. And Reagan took an opposite stand on the Iran situation. And Mary said to Ed, you know, he's right. Well, Ed confronted Mary with this, and he said, Mary, when Carter took a stand on Iran, you said he was right. And when Reagan took the opposite stand, you said he was right. And Mary looked Ed square in the eye and she said, you're right. Mary is a true politician. That's why she's treasurer of her bowling league.
She's up there, yeah.
They tell her what's wrong and she says you're right, but she spends the money anyway.
Sounds like my wife.
My dear friends, some of you people don't know Herb Cook.
Oh, yes, we do.
I met Herb some 7 or 8 years back. We started playing jobs together with the help of Marv there. And the first job we played together, I thought everything was going great until we took our first break. And as I was walking from the bandstand to the bar, I heard one table say, the guy was named Joe, and Frank was asking Joe, he says, Joe, what do you think about the accordion player? And Joe says, Frank, I think he's an SOB. So I walked over to Marv and I says, hey Marv, Bird's walking around like he's the king of swing. Doesn't he hear what's going on? And Marv says, don't tell him. He thinks they're saying Frankie Yankovic.
What do you think about the guitar player?
Anyway,
All right, if you get more strength.
about the 5th or 6th job, I noticed the same gal was following us around all the jobs we played. So finally, after about the 3rd break, I decided to go over and talk to her. And I said, listen, you've been following us around for the last 5 or 6 jobs we had. And she says, well, I can't help it. I just love the way Herb dresses. Well, I couldn't help her because I'd never seen him dress. I think you all know my sister Rochelle. Oh, 2 years back. A few years back, Rochelle went into the freelance business, and as a good brother, I decided to help her. So I called about 20 people I knew and sent them over to her. About a week later, I noticed I was getting a cold shoulder from these people. So I called Rochelle, and I said, Rochelle, you're in the freelance business. I sent these 20 people over. What happened? And Rochelle said, I don't remove warts. So then she told me that she does technical writing. You know, the stuff that's in your manual when you buy a new car or a new appliance, or the instruction sheet on how to put something together. Well, before I referred any more people to her, I decided I ought to buy one of the products she wrote about to see just how good she was.
I'm waiting, Chrysler, up there for Chrysler!
So she wrote the instruction sheet for this particular barbecue firm, and I bought the barbecue.
That's why you're roasting tonight.
There were 15 different instructions on this barbecue, 15 steps. And by golly, I followed all 15 steps and I didn't have any problem whatsoever. All the holes were aligned. I had a nut and a bolt for every hole. By golly, I got that thing put together in 45 minutes.
Thank God you got a vasectomy!
I called Eleanor out and I said, what do you think? Eleanor said, what is it? I said, it's a barbecue. She said, it looks like a little red wagon.
Triple A again, eh?
So, needless to say, I didn't refer anybody else to Rochelle.
That's all right, we don't either.
You know, when I was small, our bedroom was next to the front room.
I remember that.
And one night I heard my mother and dad talking about Jack. And they said they were talking about arranging sex lessons for Jack.
Hey, it didn't
Well,
help, it didn't help, believe me.
I couldn't figure out why he needed sex lessons. He hung around with the same crowd I hung around with. But Jack was a little slow. Anyway, about 2 or 3 days later, I come home one night, and I heard this strange moaning and groaning
Hey, it's about time you came home.
coming from the basement. And I asked my mother, what's that weird sound? She says, that's Jack practicing his sex lessons. Well, I felt sorry for him because I learned it through the crowd, but he was too stupid to comprehend. And he's going through this tremendous pain.
Let's hear it for Jack.
But I'll tell you, over the years, Jack was able to control these moans and groans to make them sound like an E-flat alto saxophone. And lo and behold, one day he went out and bought an E-flat alto saxophone and hired out impersonating a saxophone player. You know, I can only think
This time I thought it was gas.
that. Supposing they never invented the saxophone and Jack would have been stuck with the tuba.
Amen. I remember that.
Which brings me to my dear sister Rosemary.
Oh, no.
Fitzgerald, you're a liar.
Hey, I did a bunch of girls from Fitzgerald. They were all right.
I don't think that anybody here doesn't know that Rosemary procrastinates.
Oh, did she ever?
This party was supposed to be a year ago.
You explain that. That's all right, she does it in the house.
As I said, this party was supposed to be last year. But Mary sent the invitations to Rosemary to mail out. Consequently, it's a year later.
Well, you're lucky you lived.
You know, 2 months ago, Rosemary stopped over at the house and she gave me a little package, all wrapped up in green paper with red Santa Claus figurines on it, the red and green ribbon. And I said, what's this for? She says, it's a Christmas present.
I believe it.
So I opened it up. And there was a little wind-up toy inside. And I said, Rosemary, I'm a little old for wind-up toys.
No, you're not.
She says, I know, but I was cleaning out my closet, and I ran across this present. And you know how I am. I stapled the receipt to every present in case it doesn't work.
I know how you are. I
Store.
tried to borrow the car once.
Well, I looked at this present, and it had your name on it, and the receipt was dated 1934. Now, this loudmouth over here is Vince. Now, between all my kids, I think Vince has the biggest heart. He'll give you the shirt off his back because he has the confidence to know that he can get 2 more. He's a foreign salesman. 2 years ago, he went over to Iran, and he told them I'm building a bridge over the sand deserts.
I did. No shit.
He made $5 million on that bridge. And I said, Vince, you're wonderful. You made $5 million on that bridge. He says, Dad, he said, that's not the end of it. They're going to give me another $10 million to tear it down. I said, what do you mean? He says, watch. 1 month later, because of national publicity, the Iranians couldn't stand it. They had 5,000 Iranians fishing poles on top of the bridge. And they offered Vince $10 million to tear it down. He's a born salesman.
Make that to his father.
His older brother, Norm,
Oh, let's hear it for Norm.
Best singer in the whole country.
He wouldn't take shit. Why did your oldest son stop being a duck?
Hey, I had a different time, Rich.
regardless of the voice, if you look real close at Norm, he's got that macho character.
No, I had a sex tape, so what?
But in his case, macho stands for Michigan's Association of Cheap Homeowners.
Oh, what? I read that alone.
But Norm is quite smart. He's also an electrical engineer.
Sure?
You read in the papers last week about this fellow with the windmill?
Hey, I had a hell of a shock when I met my dad.
This guy with the windmill creates electrical energy for his house. And what he doesn't need, he goes back to Edison. Well, Norm says you can't depend on the wind. Hell, some days there's no wind at all.
Well, I just scared off my dad. There's a lot of wind.
That's not true tonight. So he converted the same system to water power. Now, every time he flushes the toilet, he gets a little bit more back to Con Edison. You're too gross. This takes me to the third born, my daughter Christine.
The wind's coming from the west. Watch out for my can.
Christine, in our family, is known as the Dynamite Girl.
We believe us.
Otherwise, TNT.
All you gotta do is light a fuse.
The first T is for Tillery. She worked at Redwood and Ross in Birmingham, a men's haberdashery,
Okay, just two kids.
as a tiller in the back room. Well, one day the manager came in and she said, Chris, I've got to cut your hours back. And Chris said, how come? And he said, because our sales are down and we don't need you for that many hours a week. She says, well, get some new salesmen. Hell, I could sell more than they sell.
I hear it for...
So the manager
What is she selling?
took her up on that. He got together with the salesman. Excuse me a minute.
That's an old age.
Unbeknown to Chris, he got together with a salesman. And they went down the street to a custom shop and they bought a yellow suit with red stripes.
Yes, every else.
And they brought it back into the Redwood and Ross shop and
Hey,
put
how
it on
come
a
you
rack.
wear it tonight?
And they said, Chris,
Too expensive.
you're to the test. If you can sell this suit before we're back, you've made your point. We're going out to lunch. So he and the salesman went out to lunch and left Chris there in the store by herself to sell this yellow suit with red stripes.
Nobody bought it.
Right, my dad.
Well, when the manager came back, to his amazement, the suit was gone. So they ran into the back room to congratulate Chris, but they found her there with her dress torn, her hair away. It looked like she went through World War II. She said, Chris, you sold the suit. Chris said, I sure did. And the manager said, but I didn't want you to do battle in selling the suit. She says, I didn't. The suit fit perfectly. The guy really liked it. His seeing eye dog didn't like it. Well, she still didn't get the sales job,
Larry.
but she told the manager that she's doing a lot of re-alterations that aren't necessary. Because the fitters taking fittings aren't fitting those people right.
Larry, listen to your half brother.
Larry. Hey, you almost died with as bad as you did.
So the manager said, well, what's wrong? She says the fitters are making mistakes, which is causing re-alterations. She says, I can fit better than those fitters can.
Ah, she puts more room in the crotch.
So the manager decided to have her as a fitter. About a week went by, and a big shot from Kalamazoo came in.
Kalamazoo, what?
And he stopped to talk to the manager, and he said, listen, I've been getting complaints about your customers. It's been taking too long to service them. And the manager said, well, I don't understand. Our shop has always been expedient service. He said, but when I got these complaints, I looked at the sales figures, and the sales are still down. And I can't figure out what's taking so long to service these people. So the manager in a big shop in Kalamazoo went through the store. When they got to the fitting department, they finally found out what was going on. These fellows were coming in trying suits on, but they weren't buying. But there were 20 guys waiting in line to be fitted. Well, Chris decided to call it quits on the tailoring business and then she went to work for First Federal.
Yes, sir. First Federal.
I'm alone out there, but found out it was my sister.
Hey, Laura.
Now, instead of fitting the customer, she's taking counterfeits.
Oh, Jack, go get him, Jack.
Now, since I've talked about three of my family, I might as well talk about Kevin, my youngest son. Kevin is also a macho man. Stand up, Kevin. Let's get to see you doing. But in this case, MASHA stands for Michigan's Association of Careless Hot Rod Owners.
Hey, AAA ought to like that.
If you have an hour and a half, he'll tell you his incident.
Hey,
But he's also a born salesman.
hey, I just looked at you on TV. You look nice. You really look nice, man. You know,
You'll have another drink, you're doing
yeah,
fine.
I'm going to get another one right now. But you look nice on television.
All I can see is the back of your head, you're doing fine.
I like the way you look on TV. I never saw you on TV before. But you look nice.
Go back and look, take another look.
Hey, don't turn around and see your head.
Anyway, Kevin is also a born salesman. When Vince was building this bridge for Iran, Kevin got the concession on the fishing rods.
Well, I look at my brother, Vince, can he make it up the stairs? I give you 20 to 1, he can't make it up, let's go!
Now, to complete my family, we have to talk about my wife, Eleanor.
Do we have to?
Eleanor,
The only thing that ever happened to me that was good.
You bring this up every time I see you.
Eleanor is a typical housewife.
Yes?
Her expressions, her glances, you know exactly what's wrong. All you fellas that are married can bear me out on that.
Hey, you got a pair of tremendous overshoes?
One day, as I was leaving for work, you go sit down.
Come on, Dad, kiss them, we know you want to.
You got a pause button on that TV camera? As usual, Eleanor gives me a hug and a kiss goodbye. But this morning, it was a special hug and kiss. And she says, this is a very special day.
Hey, you're messing with my
Well, all the way to work, I was trying to figure out what day and was it. It was our anniversary, her birthday.
Quiet and sickness speaker.
So by the time I got to work, I figured it must be Mother's Day. So I sent her four roses. But all morning long, I was still unsatisfied that I had achieved the day that she was thinking about. So at noontime, I went out and ordered her 2 pounds of candy, thinking it might be Sweetest Day. All afternoon, I still was uneasy, so on the way home that evening, I stopped at the jeweler's store and I bought her a diamond necklace. And I had her gift wrap. When I come home that night, I gave her the gift. She opened it. She gave me another big hug and kiss. And she said, honey, this is the best Groundhog Day I've ever celebrated. If you ever want to have a good time and a lot of sightseeing, just ask my wife to read the maps for you. We went on a trip to Toronto last summer.
Down a little bit right here.
Careful, don't wear out your phone. My wife read the maps.
Save them.
We're going to go to one particular spot.
Not really, it's getting serious now.
Oh, serious stuff.
Well, listen, I've had
That's one of my first dates.
kind of an elated feeling here tonight, having everybody kind of roast me, give it to me, so to speak. And I've enjoyed all the remarks. They were all in humor. At least I hope they were.
Not mine.
But everybody here has to realize, if it wasn't for my mother and dad, none of this could be possible. My dear mom, bless her soul, we live for her every moment of our day. There's nothing more I can say. This plaque that they presented to me tonight, I'll treasure for the rest of my life. I know my mother appreciates this as well. There's one thing I do want to say. I didn't know about this until 2 days ago, but the rest of the people knew about it 3 to 4 weeks ago.
and maybe got upstairs, was kind of warning them with all this bad weather we've been having for the last 4 weeks. They shouldn't do this to me. Now, I'm going to turn this back over to Quinn. Quinn, you can close it off, and I thank you again. I really enjoyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say one thing. You can't give a roast on everybody. Larry is a man that can take it, and he can give it back. He's
Better giving it back than taking it.
Before we close our proceedings, I had a little rumor that somebody else in the audience wanted to come up and say something. And let's hear it for Mark Mellon.
Mark!
Good evening, ladies and jelly spoons. Come here primarily to roast them or toast them, I don't know what. But I've known Larry for a good share of both of our lives. And I didn't hear that.
You're a nice guy.
Wait till I get through. I know his mom, I know the family, and I don't think there's a nicer guy any place or a friend that you'd want to have as a friend, any place, anywhere. That's all I've got to say. One more thing. How many people here belong to AAA? Please raise your hand.
I used to.
Don't, the ones that are raising your hand, don't use the room all at one time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got to know Larry LaPrise through this guy Mark. We three make up the Moonlighters, which is a musical group. And I want to say it's a pleasure to know both these guys, Mark and Larry.
I'm glad that you enjoyed that.
Dad, you know we have more cake. Go on, give it to him.
You know,
Give me another drink, will you?
my brother's got a lot of money. He paid Marv, he paid Irv. You know, they said that. He didn't give me any money at all. I can say what I want, you know. But I will say this. I'll be very serious, and I'm not going to cry this time. I do love my mother very much, and all of us do. Right, Rosemary? Larry?
You remember the rest?
We got Rochelle. Kathleen isn't here tonight, but there's reasons for that. Anyway, Larry's a hell of a nice guy, hell of a nice brother. I'm proud to have a brother like that. Believe me. Larry knows I love him. And I do.
I have one more remark to make. Yeah, I'm going to have to refute all these remarks,
We
you
need
know.
a musical joke. This is in honor of Larry.
Regarding Vince's comment on his dad teaching him how to dress, I think that's a truism. I looked at his tie tonight.
You didn't tell me. Well, I hope everybody's had a good time tonight, and I appreciate everybody coming. I really do. Because without you people, there would have been no party. I want to especially thank Eleanor for keeping quiet for about a month. I want to thank Norman. Norman LaPrise had the idea of the videotape, and he did everything, and he brought his buddy Roy Kruger with him.
How about a hand?
like you just chopped in young, and we didn't have quite too many interruptions.
Oh, yeah. Yay for the interruption. Really,
There's,
I agree with that.
one more person that deserves some thanks, and usually I don't do this, and people that know me know that I don't do this. I have to thank my wife, Pat LaPrise. Without her, none of this would have been possible.
Thank you.
In fact, I had my suitcases. Oh, that's another story. We're going to sign this show off with a song of Larry's, with Larry singing it. Larry wrote it. And I want everybody to make a single file, come up, shake hands, kiss him, whatever you want to do. And we'll sign off the show.
Hell, this is better than we had.
Kimberly? Yeah, one more statement. We have people here that grew up with Larry, and they still had the nerve to come here tonight. But I got very good response on this party. It's the first time we've ever tried anything like this, and I'm very happy that everybody could come. Actually, it's not really that bad. It's only going to cost Larry about $500. Timmy? Now everybody start. Single file, come up here. The people that haven't been on camera, shake hands with her.
There you go, Mama. You get your big
Stand up.
Wait for me.
I'm awarding you a 9 on the answer. In the world. Turn that music.
Yeah, I know it.
Whatever you put me on, I do. 48 years. 48 years. How are you? I'm the receiving line. I gotta go. Son of a gun, I came back. You wash your hands, I think we're where we
Dirty.